one surveillance tool. And you should think carefully here. Although I'm revealing a tool used by law enforcement,
Park 5, Park 6 in service.
Need a private?
Yeah, I need a private.
6041, Unit 3074, please.
Linux voice control stopped. Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Processed 23, quarantined 1. Renaming complete. 23 files renamed. New files sorted. 23 placed in worded folders. Quarantine 0 empty folders. LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups. Linux voice control restarted.
Route 9, checking radio and TNA from the yard.
Loud and clear, we safe. '26 to base, can you call Brian Crown? Let him know I'm here. Yeah, so give me a moment. Thank you. No answer, no answer. So just wait to sign for Brian Crown. Thank you. Six out of service station, stand. Base 26 doing a 1070. All clear. Proceed with caution. Route 28, 10-7.
Linux voice control stopped. Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Processed 20, quarantined 1. Renaming complete. 23 files renamed. New files sorted. 23 placed in worded folders. Quarantined 0 empty folders. LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups. Linux voice control restarted.
Wait, is Route 4 running today? The 401, the one for the bluff? Yep, Saturday schedule.
Can I tell you a joke?
No, you cannot tell me a joke.
Please.
I am tired. I'm trying.
Punch of winter weather. New reports that active duty paratroopers could be heading to Minneapolis as ICE protests there continue. And Europe answers back on the president's plan to take over Greenland. Tonight, winter's fury. More than 50 million Americans are dealing with snow, this time as far south as the Florida Panhandle, and icy roads in Georgia. Hundreds of flight delays. All of this followed by bitter cold with freezing temperatures and sub-zero wind chills. Our weather team is tracking it all. Minneapolis on edge. Defense officials tell ABC News up to 1,500 Army paratroopers are on alert for possible deployment to Minnesota. The Minneapolis mayor calls federal agents an occupying force. This follows weeks of ICE arrests and street protests. Business owners tell us some workers are too frightened to show up for work. European leaders hold an emergency meeting on Greenland. What they're saying about President Trump's plan to make it part of the U.S. as he threatens new tariffs on countries that oppose it. The sudden end to a wild police chase through multiple states. A murder suspect is finally taken into custody. Shocking new details from law enforcement in the arrest of actor Kiefer Sutherland. An Uber driver claims he was allegedly punched repeatedly and that Sutherland allegedly tried to choke him. Prince Harry heads back to Britain and back to court. Why he's suing another tabloid publisher. A new record for Venus Williams, now the oldest woman to ever play singles at the Australian Open, 28 years after her debut down under. Triumph and heartbreak in the NFL playoffs as some teams move on and others move out. And it's the game of their lives on the eve of college football's national championship. One couple's 40-year love affair with each other and Indiana football.
From ABC News World Headquarters in New York, this is World News Tonight.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Lindsay Davis. Thanks so much for joining us. Europe is preparing a response to President Trump's play for Greenland, and millions of Americans are bracing for a double dose of wintry weather, snow followed by an Arctic blast in the east. Earlier today, that same system was responsible for this rare sight in Florida, snow. That snow is now targeting the I-95 corridor, including New York, Philadelphia, and parts of New England. And as you just watched, football fans brave chilly temperatures and at times heavy snow in the playoff matchup between the New England Patriots and Houston Texans. We'll have more on that game later. One storm stretches from the mid-Atlantic to the northeast and the other across the Midwest, wreaking havoc for those hitting the roads and skies over the long and busy holiday weekend. More than 400 flight cancellations and nearly 4,000 delays. We have team coverage tonight. Our weather team is standing by with the forecast, but ABC's Morgan Norwood leads us off tonight.
Tonight, a winter 1-2 punch putting 50 million Americans on alert as back-to-back storm systems sweep from the Midwest to the East Coast. In upstate New York, the blustering winds hurling blinding snow, making it tough to navigate. Freezing rain pelting this Long Island highway. Snow falling all day, turning to slush on the roads of northern New Jersey. Inches already on the ground in eastern Pennsylvania. Neighborhoods quickly disappearing under a fresh coat of snow. The weather even impacting game day.
I know that field's going to be slippery out there today.
In New England, the Patriots and Texans before the game preparing for a snowy showdown. In Chicago, Rams fans braving feels like temperatures near 10 below as they face the Bears.
As we get closer to the game time, that's when we have some snow showers that start to develop.
The wintry weather reaching as far south as Alabama, Georgia, and Florida. The Sun Belt getting a rare taste of winter. Snow falling along Interstate 10 in Fort Walton Beach. Flurries falling over Pensacola, a sight seldom seen in this part of the country.
And Lindsay, you can see the snow still falling here in New York City. Freezing temperatures expected overnight, which of course raises the concern for black ice. All of this winter weather also causing air travel delays, cancellations, at least 4,500 delays from coast to coast, Lindsay.
Significant ripple effect there. Morgan, thank you. Let's get right to meteorologist Jeff Smith from our New York station WABC. And Jeff, I know you're also tracking an Arctic blast. What's it looking like out there?
I'm feeling it out here. We have the snow falling in New York City. That's from the storm that moved up the coast that caused the snowfall all the way down to the Florida Panhandle. So we have winter weather advisories up and down the I-95 corridor. It could be 1 to 3 inches of snow. Philadelphia, New York City, and interior parts of New England, maybe more than that over coastal New England. Winter storm warnings in effect off of the Great Lakes. 1 to 2 feet of snow Monday through Wednesday off of especially Erie and Ontario. Even a blizzard warning western parts of Minnesota. Not so much because of falling snow, but more because of blowing snow, reducing visibility down to near zero. So we track the storm exiting New York City by around midnight tonight, heading up into southeastern parts of New England. Here comes that clipper moving in from the Midwest. And with that, not even the lake effect snow, 1 to 3 inches from that system. And then behind it, the Arctic blast sending wind chills down below zero, places like Minneapolis and Chicago into the beginning of the week. Lindsay?
Winter whiplash, Jeff. Thank you. Minneapolis is on edge tonight. The Pentagon is putting 1,500 troops on standby, and the FBI is reportedly asking agents across the country to volunteer for temporary duty in that city. This comes after days of protests following a fatal shooting of Renee Good by an ICE agent. ABC's Matt Rivers is back on the scene in Minneapolis.
Tonight, 1,500 active duty soldiers, 2 battalions of Army paratroopers on alert, ready for possible deployment to Minneapolis. After more than 10 days of protests throughout the city over the deadly shooting of 37-year-old mother of 3 Renee Good by an ICE officer. Defense officials telling ABC News that President Trump has not made a final decision on whether to deploy them, but they are taking, quote, prudent steps to prepare. The FBI now reportedly asking agents across the country to volunteer to travel to Minneapolis for temporary duty. The exact assignment unclear. Tensions mounting in the city. Go Nazis! As the administration continues to insist that ICE officer Jonathan Ross's shooting of Renee Good was justified, no further review of his actions are warranted.
We are not investigating, and if there comes a time when we need to, we will, but it's not now.
Sources telling ABC News the federal investigation is focused less on the shooter, Ross, and more on Good, her conduct, and possible ties to activist groups. Also facing scrutiny, the city and state's top Democratic leaders, Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. Under investigation, sources say, for allegedly obstructing law enforcement activities in the state. Fry telling ABC News that he and Walz have done nothing wrong, but suspects they are being targeted for speaking out against the administration and calling for ICE to leave the city.
There are other countries where you get put away for the things that you say. There are other countries where you get investigated for saying something that runs counter to what the federal government states. But in this country, it's not that way.
Meanwhile, residents and business owners feeling the impact of ICE operations.
What has the last 2 weeks been like for you as a business owner? It's horrible. It's horrible.
Larry Rinaldo owns the Northeast Moose, a Minneapolis staple. His bottom line is hurting, and some employees are too scared to come to work. All politics aside, he says, he just wants things back to normal.
Everybody's scared. I mean, not just, the people that are scared of immigration status, but everybody's scared.
Now, Lindsay, the White House has not yet responded to repeated inquiries from ABC News about the potential for a military deployment. A Pentagon spokesperson saying only, quote, the Department of War is always prepared to execute the orders of the commander-in-chief if called upon. Lindsay?
Matt, thank you. Now to the dispute over Greenland. Today, the European Union held an emergency meeting in response to President Trump threatening new tariffs on 8 countries until the U.S. reaches a deal to buy the Arctic territory. Here's ABC's senior White House correspondent, Selena Wang.
Tonight, European ambassadors holding an emergency meeting over President Trump's latest threat against America's closest allies. Trump says 8 NATO allies will face tariffs starting February 1st, and until a deal is reached for the U.S. to acquire Greenland. Those countries have sent small groups of military forces to the Arctic territory in support of NATO ally Denmark, which has long controlled Greenland. European leaders outraged. Sweden says they will not be blackmailed. France says no intimidation nor threat will influence us. For months now, Trump refusing to back down from his campaign to control Greenland, refusing to rule out the use of military force.
If he wants to purchase Greenland, that's one thing, but for him to militarily invade would turn Article 5 of NATO on its very head and, in essence, put us at war with NATO itself.
The Trump administration insists the U.S. must control Greenland for national security.
If there were an attack on Greenland from Russia, from some other area, we would get dragged in. So better now, peace through strength, make it part of the United States, and there will not be a conflict.
But many experts and lawmakers say there's no immediate threat.
According to our intelligence, we haven't had a Chinese warship in Greenland for a decade or so.
The U.S. already operates a military base in Greenland with a long-standing treaty that allows the U.S. to expand its military presence on the island.
The only security threat to Greenland right now is the United States.
And Lindsay, tonight the president of the European Council announced he's convening an extraordinary meeting in the coming days.
Linux voice control restarted.
With European leaders in light of recent developments over Greenland, a sign of just how seriously our allies are taking the president's threats. Lindsay?
Selena Wang from the White House, thank you. Overseas now to breaking news, a deadly train derailment in southern Spain. A high-speed train jumped the tracks in the opposite direction and slammed into an oncoming train. At least 21 people are dead and dozens of others injured, some seriously. Emergency services are on the scene. No word just yet on what caused the crash. Now to the tensions between the U.S. and Iran. President Trump is now calling for new leadership in that country after weeks of a bloody crackdown on protesters. The death toll is reportedly soaring into the thousands. ABC's chief foreign correspondent Ian Pannell joins us now. Good evening, Ian.
Yeah, Lindsay, the war of words between Iran's leaders and President Trump escalating today, with the Pentagon expected to send more military assets to the region. Iranian President Pezeshkian posting a warning to the US that, quote, any aggression against the supreme leader is tantamount to all-out war. On Saturday, Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Khamenei accusing President Trump of being the main culprit for the killings in Iran that activists say has now surpassed 3,300. President Trump responding, saying it's time to look for new leadership in Iran. Despite this rhetoric, it appears that the likelihood of military action has diminished for now, and after 3 long bloody weeks of repression, the protest movement seems to have stopped. Lindsay?
Ian, thank you. And overseas to a ceasefire deal between the Syrian government and Kurdish-led forces. It comes after weeks of deadly clashes in Syria, seizing major territories from the Kurds. The U.S. was caught in the middle and pushed for a peace deal. The Kurds have long been strong allies of the U.S. in the fight against ISIS. But the U.S. also supports the Syrian government since the brutal dictatorship of Bashar al-Assad came to an end. Back here in the U.S., we have new details tonight in the arrest of actor Kiefer Sutherland. An Uber driver told law enforcement that the star of 24 and designated survivor allegedly punched him several times and then tried to choke him. The latest now from ABC's Melissa Adon.
Tonight, new allegations emerging after actor Kiefer Sutherland was arrested in Hollywood last week following an alleged altercation with the rideshare driver. Law enforcement sources tell ABC News an Uber driver told police Sutherland punched him multiple times and tried to choke him. During the ride, police tell TMZ Sutherland repeatedly asked the driver to pull over and let him out before allegedly threatening to kill him if he did not stop the car. According to ABC News sources, the Uber driver got out of the car and called 911 while allegedly running away from Sutherland. According to sources, witnesses say Sutherland appeared to be under the influence.
Fairfax Avenue, subject to male, white, 5'10", black or dark blue jacket.
The LAPD says the driver did not require medical treatment.
You don't know me.
The 59-year-old actor, known for his role in 24, Designated Survivor, and A Few Good Men, was arrested for allegedly making a criminal threat and was released on a $50,000 bail. ABC News has reached out to Sutherland's representatives, but has not heard back. Lindsay, Sutherland has not been charged. The Los Angeles District Attorney's Office may charge him in the coming weeks ahead of his scheduled court appearance on February 2nd. Lindsay?
Melissa, thank you. Now to that thrilling NFL playoff matchup between the New England Patriots and Houston Texans. The Patriots fighting through the flurries in Foxborough to victory. Let's get right to ESPN's Joe Buck and Hall of Famer Troy Aikman. Troy and Joe, you all had a front row seat to that epic defensive showdown.
All right, Lindsay, thank you very much. Well, we are at a snowy Gillette Stadium. What a game we just witnessed. I'm not sure what we just witnessed. We see 8 turnovers in a playoff game, but in the end, it's the New England Patriots and young Drake May moving on to the AFC Champ game.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. You know, you come into a season, you've got a new head coach in Mike Vrabel who won some championships here with the New England Patriots as a player in a second.
Okay. $1601 is 10 from yard. Yeah, no, I'm a squeeze in there. Let's still get our power on first. Let's get out. Should that 7-8? Yes, sir. $401, 10-8 from the yard, radio check. Line Kirby safe.
Linux voice control stopped.
Call for engine 8. Engine 8 for an unknown man down. SPAD and Weber eastbound. SPAD and Weber eastbound. Where's eastbound 6008? Fire dispatch.
Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Processed 20, quarantined 1. Renaming complete. 22 files renamed. New files sorted. 22 placed in worded folders. Quarantined 0 empty folders. LVC-JSON generation complete with multi-word groups.
Receive.
Linux voice control restarted.
Down force, they would reach.
Sorry, dispatch. She doesn't have any indicator lights or anything, so she's going to proceed. I'm going to be headed that way. I'm at a Staples Station now.
Down force, yes, sir.
I did advise her if she did get anything just to pull over safely and give us a call back.
Down force, yes, sir.
Two zero eight CQ.
Cross 3435A, radio check, City from New York.
Just been released. Transmission is based on the P25 LPS and serves support until June 2029, after which an upgrade should be straightforward. And in this respect, note that an upgrade tool will soon allow an upgrade from OS 17 to 18. However, here we're going to do a clean install, so let's go over to the download page.
I had an entry block.
Here. Left meter off lock detached due to customer hotline leak. Gas service notice delivered. 10-4, thank you.
You can get the FBI fully staffed to do their job. You're also now redirecting resources so that they can go and play ICE agents on the streets. You're getting rid of your most qualified people, and even when it came down to somebody that you consider to be a friend, you were posted up having some fancy dinner to the extent that you posted not only once, you posted twice erroneously as it relates to catching somebody, and then you want to go
Charlotte for insurance. And for small gas outside, Louisiana and Longview, which is on 3311, also her dispatch at 752. Yeah. Gentlemen. I gotta get I'm hoping to get out of here. I'll file it. I will file it in like 45. Yeah, gentlemen.
Football team Sharon Moore and Moore has now been detained by police. The investigation found evidence he had an inappropriate relationship with a staff member. Michigan's athletic director said in a statement the conduct.
All right. I'll get a tight deadline. That way I pull you all around. Down here on the break camp.
So if we get that out of the way and try to get some of these other wires out of the way, right now it's connected. So these contacts here can separate out.
Request that happened this summer, that land we did purchase, the go-kart track. The plan was to create additional parking.
It's not my assertion, sir. It's the assertion of two different United States Attorney's offices with three separate administrations who investigated those same materials.
And so have you reviewed those 302 documents where the victims name the people who victimized them?
If I personally know, but the FBI
I hope you have a great time
how can
learning about and experimenting with them. That's it for another video. If you've enjoyed what you've seen here, please press that like button. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. And I hope to talk to you again
Request that happened this summer, that land we did purchase, the go-kart track, the associated plan was to create additional
Placement scan complete.
And with them comes the promise of unbridled convenience.
These dollars will be used.
What people don't realize is 80% of them.
Again, all three entities have to be in concert with
That's
this.
the sound of someone who's misplaced.
Debit card. We don't want. We just talked about
The gas pump or the checkout counter. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use card lock.
Proton VPN.
Hello?
You all know what a VPN does and why you should probably have one handy.
See, I've been blessed to be.
Linux voice control stopped. Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Processed 25, quarantined 0. Renaming complete. 25 files renamed. New files sorted. 25 placed in worded folders. Quarantine 0 empty folders. LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups. Linux voice control restarted.
Budget, and for the election coming up in November, you tell me to do that, we'll do it.
Okay. Councilman Hernandez. I'm sorry.
There's definitely something wrong with my button here. So I hope IT fixes it. I've been dealing with this all day. I'm at the last of the list.
Good.
First off, you may like Mr. Sinoni, you may not like him, you may like these ladies or not, but we can all.
Are you going to need a truck in Bay 1 or get in Bay 2?
Also, that's the one that that's why I got confused.
Go ahead and just put in for Bay 2.
And then 915, I got that one going. I had an entry box.
Careful.
We're at 11 radio check and finish the yard.
Black river clear.
Football team Sharon Moore and Moore has now been citizens will
If you want to be a serious privacy ninja, then you need to really be aware.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Any opposed say no.
What's going to happen there? We really shouldn't do that until we can figure out whether people can coexist with them. People don't know how.
In a practical sense, and I know this is a
I'm getting them right now. It's over.
Airport 62, Boy Gate 3.
Boy Gate 3 is just 640.
County, it's felony.
E1711, go ahead and work off fire dispatch at 640.
132, I'm on Cedar near Dan.
Tell the supervisor we're here at Unit 326.
Who are you?
Well, we're friends of your son's.
My son doesn't live with me.
We're from Alcoholics Anonymous.
What's your name?
Well, we're anonymous. I see his car's out front.
He went to California or Vegas. I don't know.
California or Vegas. When did he leave?
Sorry, I have to go to work.
Leave
me alone.
I had a brother your son's age.
Please let go of my hand.
Where the fuck is
Is Councilman Hernandez?
Yes, he's online. Oh, sorry, Mr. Hernandez. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Hernandez.
call for real-world use. Thanks again for joining us at Cap 1.
You plug your printer in and print, or even better, it's detected automatically over the network
Users switching from Mac OS. Someone has never used Office like panels. Layout is still offering right-click menu, taskbar behavior.
Scan complete.
Miles, the voter's guide for this.
Well, I mean, the terminology was tracked in the ordinance, and the findings were made.
Scan complete.
It is within the
everything looks
the
good.
authority of both the City Council and the B Corporation to determine that economic development in this particular
I'm going to tell you right now, she is a goddamn hero.
The City Council.
You might have thought these things would happen.
No one at the shop is answering me. Can you go to the shop and ask them to go jumpstart 3026, unit 3026, and we can jumpstart
really broke. It's like 80 years old. It's like 8 minutes first to kill the sun.
I don't see how in the world this is an economic development. How y'all can consider this, that's what it is.
You know, all the Comcast folks come up with
22 breaks.
130 traffic.
Ran counter, except fracture to the Eli.
There's a little
canal. Baby must have got stuck.
She was pregnant.
Yes, sir. 1004 is reporting a bunch of
So I didn't kill her. She died in childbirth. What's that?
Because of the might be some type of a house party there. She was able to get through. Not sure why she called in.
Yeah, I mean, that would be typical on that street. If she's able to get through, that's fine. I don't think she's going to have many trips left. Maybe one trip left at best.
Councilman, is Councilman Hernandez?
Yes, he's online. I'm sorry, Mr. Hernandez.
With that, I'm going to turn over to Mr. Brett Van Hazel. Brett is going to give us an update on the Inner Harbor project.
The 181 right to Bailey Hutchinson Road. Had been in a crash. I'm not able to make contact with him on the callback, and I missed it. That's fine.
Rename complete. 22.5.
It involves a public utility.
Stand 4. One zero three. 103. Stand 4. 134, 35.
Back on my desktop with a welcome wizard and there's various things that can be done here.
At the time I didn't know how much this stuff. I do now.
They said bigly.
Yeah,
I can use that word.
And I said to them,
There is an NVIDIA graphics card. We need to launch the driver manager to install the right drivers for the NVIDIA graphics card. And just to be clear, if you have Intel or AMD graphics, the best drivers will already be. But here for NVIDIA, we'll just
trim.
Call for Hazmat 5 Medic 1, Hazmat 5 Medic 1 for suicide cutting, 1013 Gardenia, 1013 Gardenia, 5003, work off of EMS 1 at 811, station safety. Charles.
Charles, in United China, from rare earths, you view
Yeah, with two suspicious vehicles, having a vehicle.
Proton VPN.
Hello.
You all know what a VPN does and why you should probably have one handy.
Can we pick up at 4? 28 or back at Park House. Just
off during this holiday season. Order by December 15th to guarantee delivery by Christmas.
Proton
because
VPN.
great gifts
You
like
all
these
know what a
VPN
does and why you should probably have one handy.
The links are below in the description too. Thanks to Raycon for sponsoring this video. Now back to the story. At the same time, without fixing the basics, the company began pushing AI into every part of its services.
Yeah, put it over there, one with the, there's this thing right there. The camera, the eye in the sky. Yes, sir. Yeah, AV control, if you can focus on the counter. There you go. Okay.
Remaining countries. 22.5.
Wake up to a world of possibilities and discover a resort destination designed for ultimate relaxation.
Because it involves one of the things that takes it to being a higher level misdemeanor and getting filed with the software attorney related to it. Did not come in.
Dennis Boyce
My understanding of the White House explicit about that, but I think they're involved in recruiting
Placement scan complete.
3020 for a different unit. And taking that. Yes, sir. You believe he's winning, you want to go in towards people.
transmitter bar. Yeah, A1, no skill.
Projects are under construction, 28 are under design, including 2 other projects that were in pre-design. So on the summary for the fourth quarter financial report then, the general fund revenues and expenses are consistent with the projections, except for that 11 point, close to $12 million, which is good. That additional money we'll use in the 27 budget, so it's good to start off a little bit better than what you thought. We'll have to see.
Scan complete.
I'm letting these massive plants build their own electric generating plants. They're becoming utilities in addition. Maybe they'll make.
Go ahead, you guys.
And we're done.
No location. 6 months. None of the units on the phone. 536.
Simple.
And to do that, I'm going to go down here to VirtualBox and I'm going to disconnect the network adapter. Now, when we've done that, I'm going to get to the virtual machine.
Breaker, 57 got yours on his horn for radio check.
Yeah.
House 1050, give me the 27
401A, radio check, check from the arc.
in area 1127.
She had an individual who were getting off the unit and see that her.
Commitment to academic excellence, to accountability, to meaningful engagement.
You're going to need a truck in Bay 1 or give me in Bay 2?
Oh, 7.
If anybody located them, it's going to be down south fuel off of 181 South Hill all the way down until the road turns into the dirt road. It looks like there's 2 vehicles out here, about 4 individuals.
Is Councilman Hernandez?
Yes, he's online.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Hernandez.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hernandez.
Back on my desktop with a welcome wizard, and there's various things that can be done here.
At the time, I didn't know how much they stopped. I do now.
They said they do.
Yeah,
I can use that word.
And I said to them,
there is an NVIDIA graphics card. We need to launch the driver manager to install the right drivers for the NVIDIA graphics card. And just to be clear, if you have Intel or AMD graphics, the best drivers will already be installed. But here for NVIDIA, we'll just...
Linux voice control stopped. Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Processed 48. Quarantine 0.
Key West. Oh.
Naming complete. 51 files renamed. U files sorted. 51 placed in worded folders. Quarantined 0 empty folders. LVCJSON generation complete with multi-word groups. Linux voice control restarted.
PVM.
1776, you said.
Oh, okay.
And I had 74 hours. We had one more dollar at 1776. That's a good idea. Afford one more dollar. You gave me 1776. Meanwhile, grocery prices are starting to go rapidly down. Rent is down. Airfares are down. Hotel rates are down. Cell phone prices are down. And we're just getting started. But more importantly than going down,
Stand 4.
Right, here I am back again with new desktop background, and I've changed it because there's so many
Waverly
wallpaper options
Wildfire.
here in Zorin OS, I thought I should try another one out. Anyway, this segment of the video is called Applications, and if you want to use your computer to browse the web, access email, run office programs, view and edit photos, and play music and video, then Zorin OS Core may well have everything.
Delta 110 to fleet maintenance.
Get me from the yard.
Next on the drive to use, we only have one, and then we have to select our snapshot schedule. And in fact, I'm not going to select the defaults here. I'm going to go for weekly snapshots and keep 3 of them. And we'll then click on next again, and this is asking what we want to be included in the snapshot in the equivalent of a system restore point in Windows, and it's going to exclude the root and home directories, so it won't be backing up user files, which is what I think most people want to do. So again,
we do these things not because they are easy, but because we thought they were. This project was a lot of fun, but it was also way more work than I anticipated, and I learned more than a few things along the way. Now that I think about it, maybe I should add scope creep to my resume. Here's a link to Murray's video so you can see how he made his gift for me, and here's a link to Cronova Engineering's video so you can see if my package really made
user files, which is what I think most people want to do. So again, we'll click on next.
Can we pick up in the front by the office? And what's the number checking out?
2206, Community and Public Service Dispatch.
Just for starting 0.
619, 10-7.
Injury. Thank you.
It was better.
I got that one going. I had an interview.
21, 4 down through.
Highway 361 and beach access road 2. Texas Parks and Wildlife will be doing a controlled burn on Mustang Island. We'll be going all day, starting at 10 a.m.
Using the config in this version of Linux. And I'm sure what many people would like to do here is to install Microsoft Office, to install Word and Excel and PowerPoint.
Large files detected.
But sadly, this can't happen. This is one of those installs that only works in the
Video complete.
filmmaking. Because although there is a version of Microsoft Office for macOS, and there are apps for Android and iOS, there isn't a version of Microsoft Office
San Marcos, negative 39 insurance, unconfirmed, unconfirmed. Okay.
In service available.
Going ahead.
I want to say route 23, 10 from your 5 minutes ago. Not bad.
Flying clear, be safe.
For these third-party tools on Windows or Mac OS. If you want the best command line there is, without having to install a subsystem or a third-party tool, Linux is your only choice. If you want to run your system without an antivirus, you can on Linux. You maybe also could on Mac OS, but you better make sure you don't download software outside of the official website on Windows or Mac. So, there you go. The best command line there is, without having to install other operating systems or third-party tools. Linux is your only choice. If you want to run your system without an antivirus, you can on Linux. You maybe also could on macOS, but you better make sure you don't download software outside of the official websites of the developers. So, there you go. A nice list of things that Linux can do that other operating systems just can't. Software outside of the official websites of the developers. So, there you go. A nice list of things that Linux can do that other operating systems just can't. And of course it doesn't mean that Linux is always better than Windows or Mac OS. That's not. So, let me know what you think and what I missed in the comments. What I didn't miss is the inclusion of the segue. So, there you go. A nice list of things that Linux can do that other operating systems just can't. And of course it doesn't mean that Linux is always better than Windows or Mac OS. That's not the case. So, let me know what you think and what I missed in the comments. But what I didn't miss is the inclusion of this segue, our sponsor. If you need a new computer and you plan to run Linux on
it's better to deter any aggressor beforehand rather than in the middle of a prolonged war.
President Trump has said repeatedly that Xi Jinping has promised not to invade Taiwan during
Copy.
Zero 5, sir. 905. She's about 32.
You can see it also follows accent color and background colors and all of the icons. And again, if you auto switch the theme, it's not going to switch it automatically for these applications. But they do look pretty nice on Cosmic. They look integrated. It's not a problem. So that's really nicely done. But what about KDE applications? That's a lot less good. This is a flat pack version of Dolphin, and as you can see, it is not themed. You do have the hint around. Pretty nice on Cosmic. They look integrated. It's not a problem. So that's really nicely done. But what about KDE applications? That's a lot less good. This is a flat pack version of Dolphin, and as you can see, it is not themed. You do have the hint around.
One point eight miles received. Ready to suspect 11.
You gotta block in on pace. You don't need that roadway blocked right now.
Well, 23, I get it in the visual.
Okay, leaving New York.
Clear position. Yeah, well. Medicaid for breathing call, 3845 SPAD, 345 SPAD, South Project Island Pediatrics, Christian 6008, work off of Fire Dispatch 842.
Nifty flexible new front camera and the ability to dual record from the front and back simultaneously. They're features shared by the 17 Pro. plus some new AI features, all powered by a more hidden star.
Hey man, what makers?
A19 Pro is going to be around here, just near the top side of the vapor chamber.
Apple's most advanced chip yet, the brand new A19 Pro, is inside both the Air and the 17 Pro, and I got a rare chance to see inside the 17 Pro for a peek at the new chip.
And was also very flawed and does not show that we should have gone forward on this.
21 negative flight in progress. 21 files renamed.
The negligence of a developer.
Place
Also compatibility issues with documents and spreadsheets and presentations. And so in this video, I'm going to present some tips and some applications that might be of use to you if you're a long-term Microsoft Office user and you're migrating from Windows to Linux. So, here we are in Linux. My favourite mainstream Linux. I really do like the
We need to launch the driver manager to install the right drivers for the NVIDIA graphics card. And just to be clear, if you have Intel or AMD graphics, the best drivers will already be installed. But here for NVIDIA,
Solo 825 on it. 619, 4 down, 3 round, times 2.
Roger.
Linux voice control stopped. Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Processed 45. Quarantined 0. Renaming complete. 48 files renamed. New files sorted. 48 placed in worded folders. Quarantined 0 empty folders. LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups. Linux voice control restarted.
Anyone behind bush? Careful, Route 22 is going behind bush. Like Halo 6 is on deck. It is 17 Max 17. It is 17 Max 17 for a phone call. 6746 Empire State. 6746 Empire State. Emergency 1411. We're off of EMS 1 at 850. I never see. G17, I'll show you clearing quarters, Max 17. All the best.
About 22 leading bush is clear. Route 6, going behind brush. Station 854. Let me know once you have them on board and I'll perform it. One 13 Medic 91 for a medical alarm 950 or 150 Oriole versus 1301. Fire dispatch at AC. And one in Corpus. Go ahead. This is more number. And do 92 or 92 like that. Alright, got you. Let me try that. It worked, thank you, sir. And
1018 to 4. Source sensitive. Possession back. Number 3, lift assist at 1018 to 4 is the RP's requesting a cancel.
Icon Halo 6 taking off from Driscoll Hangar for Laredo Doctors Hospital. I have 3 people on board, 795 on the fuel. ETA is 50 minutes.
Well, 23 leaving Bush. Bush is clear. Moving 30. Mike 13. So far. Rob, is that private? Was it you that asked for a private?
2401. 10 from York.
Right. Cover.
Wheel appropriately.
And going behind us. Confirm X-ray 1 for fall, 10822 Mayfield, 10822 Mayfield, ESD 2010. Work outside as such, 911. Greenland, calling for 912. Ashmore. Receive medic international available. Three South Staples, 3233 South Staples, Formula 3, ESC 7010, work outside as such, 910.
Oh, wow.
Wait 14, call 13 for stick call, 1842 Almonte Street, 1842 Almonte Street, ESC 1013, work outside as such, 915.
Allison Airfield. 720 pounds of fuel and 30 minutes of time.
So complete 30 minutes.
For engine 13 and 13 for partial 225 SAD, Kenilworth Suites, code fire 17.
There's no lights at Weber and SPAD. Going to proceed with caution.
Linux voice control stopped.
Forward from
Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Processed 67, quarantined 2. Renaming complete. 70 files renamed. New files sorted. 70 placed in worded folders. Quarantined 0 empty folders. LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups. Linux voice control restarted.
Joe is off. We're going to begin our show with a diplomatic breakdown between the United States and NATO countries over the future of Greenland. The European Union is considering retaliatory measures against the U.S. after President Trump threatened to impose an additional 10% tariff.
Medic 8, Medic 10.
retaliatory measures against the U.S. after President Trump threatened to impose an additional 10% tariff on 8 European countries, including some of America's oldest allies. That is unless Greenland is sold to the U.S. Now, the tariffs would come into effect on February 1st and rise to 25% on June 1st if there is still no deal. President Trump is desperate to buy the Danish territory for what he says are national security reasons. But NATO retaliatory measures against the U.S. after President Trump threatened to impose an additional 10% tariff on 8 European countries, including some of America's oldest allies. That is unless Greenland is sold to the U.S. Now, the
that you would see on the road, for example, or you can even have a super compact layout if you want to jam all information on your screen.
I'll be 23 with the record. Keep blocking off the eastbound lane for traffic. Pull out that vehicle.
retaliatory measures against the U.S. after President Trump threatened to impose an additional 10% tariff on 8 European countries, including some of America's oldest allies. That is unless Greenland is sold to the U.S.
The last one's going to be, it looks like a beige Hyundai.
Three 3674-3370. Hobbs, California.
Alright, I just took the 932 with the
32. I might have somebody else when we get done.
Yeah, the 915.
Let's try to
Ryan Wall, I believe you can get off over whenever you're ready. Roger. 210 inside range this guy.
Alpha 2, radio check, 10-8 from the yard. Unit 3060, can I get a radio check, please?
Right, 32.
Mayfield, 10822 Mayfield, assisting medic for anyone. Recent 2010. Recent.
do something else, and so we look for alternate funding sources. And
as far as the land in the right of way, I don't know. It all depends on the private development and what their needs are and how long what the outlook is. But even if someone buys it, immediately following the demolition, the land as it is now, there's still $1.5 million on the tax roll. $1.5 million that literally any of the 5 taxing entities have never seen. So just the default exchange of hands is
The problem with it was he's been sort of a loser, but an intelligent one. But I think he's losing IQ points with time. I think that happens. I hope it hasn't happened with me. I know if it did.
10822 Mayfield, 10822 Mayfield, mission 2010. Off EMS1 at 533, EMS1 with medic 71.
Yeah, the individual European unit and see that. Sliding clear.
Will do. Have a nice day. Self-dispatch.
One. Taxi Lover.
Silence trimming complete.
Alongside the
Okay. These are all reimbursement agreements. Okay, so item 15 is an ordinance authorizing a water arterial transmission and grid main construction and reimbursement agreement up to $252,720 with MCM Development related to Kings Landing Unit 12 subdivision. Item 16 is an ordinance authorizing a water arterial transmission and grid main construction and reimbursement agreement up to $62,000.
$920. Cancel.
$660.
660 cancel.
Exposure to CSV file. Spayed and neutered and try to get them back to their owners, because even though there's vouchers, there's people that don't want to drive their animals or say they can't drive them there. And I'm somebody that the collector because when I was growing up, my parents said I was counseling the world to let you guys know that the animals have a soul. We're not talking about swimming pools, we're not talking about libraries, but we're talking about souls. We're talking about
David, Landside 1838.
Scan complete. Everything looks good.
Careful.
What you can see are junction boxes. We made some custom plans
Scanner
that allow them to
engaged.
install just like our regular 45. And what this does, and what we didn't do yet, is we can actually now knock out front a circular hole for a 2-inch trade size. You can see to come through here. And then when we spray foam, we can spray foam right up to that. And now we have this flawless vapor barrier all the way around. There are a few places where there's holes inside of this thing. And so what I'm going to do is just take some steel rivets and rivet them shut so that it will put spray foam launching into the splitter box on this side.
Radio check, attention from New York.
In area 1127.
Now, Todd, you represented President Trump and probably the greatest weaponization of the DOJ by Alvin Bragg.
Wasting garbage.
Yeah, the individual who are getting off the unit and how they weaponize the DOJ.
What happened in those last 4 years? Alvin Bragg, a local prosecutor, his office staffed by Southern New Jersey. Jackson.
Christi. Call from medic 2, medic 2, assist.
Is that
Medic 3, you were all away. I got you're clear and taking the call from what?
And you also give me some good ideas for future videos. Anything you can do for our channel, if you like the kind of...
Prices are coming way down. Energy's coming way down. Gasoline is hitting now $1.99 in a couple of states, and it's way down. Gasoline is way down. And when gasoline and energy comes down, everything follows. But prices are coming down, and we have an unbelievable economy. 401ks are setting a record. 401ks that's owned by a lot of people because they're based on the stock market, and the stock market.
opportunity, location, searching opportunity.
So keep a view on cosmic and Carolina. It is still a first of the applications of their settings are very bare bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff is not as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's
you're getting off the unit and speed at her.
One thing that we all share as humans is that social life and social contact is an incredibly important part of our brain.
The program is to install a virtual machine.
Y'all call for.
Good evening. I'm Providence Mayor Brett Smiley. I'm joined here tonight by Fire Chief Derek Silva. Providence Mayor Brett Smiley. I'm joined here tonight by Fire Chief Derek Silva. Providence Mayor Brett Smiley. I'm joined here tonight by Fire Chief Derek Silva. Providence Mayor Brett Smiley.
Is everyone good? Sure.
And as you can almost and as you can see, it is still a communication
Consider yourself booked and busy. Thank you for watching as always. I will see you Sunday on Nightly News, and I will see you Sunday on Nightly News, and right back here Monday on NBC.
EZ 1008 for an unknown man down. It's going to be at 811. It's to the drive from Prescott. I'll show you working on fire dispatch at 1350.
Medic 10, EZ 1015, 1016, difficulty breathing, 1572, I'm modified, 1674, I'm modified, we're modified, people down there, you're modified,
It's a very simple one, but it has the merit of existing.
30,
940 transit.
You can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's...
Sir. This is Jennifer issuing change. Use the route 30. There, sir.
On the internet, there's hardly any difference at all. We get newsflash, we don't get an extra browser. Although under Office, there is a reasonable amount added. It's more than just LibreOffice and a few extra bits. There's a few things added in here. Although the other major extra category is sound and video.
Yeah, good. Users call versus 1408. Work out for this. Awesome.
Is in aerial. If we go over to it, you'll see the font has been substituted because it's not available. And similarly, this is Verdana and this is Comic Sans, and these aren't installed by default in Linux. But we can fix that, because if we close this down, I can go to a code as well. For now, we'll go to a terminal, and I'm going to type sudo apt install mstt core fonts and enter. And it'll ask for my password, which of course I have to.
Copy.
LA 482 copy 102.
Aren't obvious, but there are options to see if a device is always following you, at least within a 15-minute interval. If you're on the road, that would be suspicious, as it would indicate that someone popped an AirTag on your car, or someone is physically following you.
Settings are very bare bones. You can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems.
Negative flight in progress.
I've been back and forth.
Hello.
At
the time, no. At the time,
President Trump is warning now that Iran will get direct quotes from a White House official if the regime there, direct quotes from a White House official if the regime there protesters. We are well now into the second week of unrest. We are well now into the second saying it's aware of at least 45 human rights groups saying it's aware of at least 2,000 arrests. Our chief foreign correspondent Richard Engels, we are so lucky you have made your way here to Washington.
all of which have different desktops. And here, the most popular is the Cinnamon Edition, which is the one we'll mainly focus on in this video. So, let's click on Download, and if we go down this page, we find loads of USB sites. I have got a USB drive plugged into the system, as you can probably see file up here. And if we click this all the way down here to add a USB filter for the currently attached device from University. And here we are running the time shift first run.
649, what city?
Sinton.
10-4. 39, go ahead. I'll be 10-6 for a little bit.
Urgent use light and siren.
10-4.
It ain't showing, George.
Acknowledged. Okay.
So 10-20. 5765. 2917. Please.
To do. Right. I'm just saying that if you have this scenario, you're putting people in the situation where not everybody's there with their dog, and somebody has their dog there, and you're putting them in close proximity to that dog. Okay, so you have that situation. You're creating it. We're creating that situation. So I'm not saying that we need to do it, but just have somebody from Animal Care Services in there.
Well, Animal Care Services is part of that.
I see them on the list. They're on the list. What they're responsible for.
Well, we didn't list out everything that
Take 22 and come over here and swap keys with me. 10-4. 3435A, did 8 by train, on main. Okay, for mine, I'll let our page will stay out here.
What was the language that the voters agreed? What was the language? Do you know what that was?
The terminology was tracked in the ordinance was actually defined as the authority of both so that created that was the first funding source for the aquarium as a whole.
Go ahead.
So all the programs were live for air. So all these radio stations had full symphony orchestras that were dedicated to the station that would play a classical concert for 15 minutes, for example. You had people who were doing live radio announcements and reporters. This guy was the fellow who announced the Harding-Cox presidential election. That's Warren Harding. I don't remember what Cox's first name was. But radio has now moved into sort of...
Group number 9.
Radio check 9218.
Well, that's in the electronics.
David, last time 1838.
Hey, 10-8 from train delay. Dispatch. The underpass of Agnes right now is cut off right now due to emergency services. Can I detour around? Work off of fire dispatch at 10:06.
Do let us all know down in the comments section. But now that's it for another video. If you've enjoyed what you've seen here, please press that like button. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe, and I hope to talk to you again very soon.
1404, fire dispatch at 10:06.
Drugs coming in by sea are down 94%. We're trying to figure out who the is in France. But they're down 94%. They can start hitting them on land, which is a lot easier to do. These are a direct military threat to the United States of America. Trying to drug out our country. And you can look at China.
The company's retention policies before you enter a command like this, but at some point you most certainly are going to run into a situation eventually where you might have to clear log files, especially if your storage volume starts to make sure you are in control.
Call 3914 Bowman, 3914 Bowman, 3002, fire dispatch at
24 requesting an individual, please.
Wait, 426, can you call Raymond Enriquez?
we're at Corona time, that answer of my
Call for engine 18913. Just about to go on a call. Call for engine 18913, engine 4901 Saratoga, 4901 Saratoga, emergency on 1403.
Just from the infancy of AI. So really go ahead and we want to be very careful with it. And we also know
Thank you.
Known apps, readable versions of known apps, although these are going to be pretty old. I would recommend using flatpak versions. If you use KE applications, don't get them from the repos on PopOS currently. They are utterly broken and Cosmic doesn't clean them. This might come in the future, but it just doesn't look that good. The GNOME apps are going to look way more advanced on PopOS. Now let's move on to how...
I don't have a product key, so we'll just take that down there.
Hello.
I want to install
taking your call, I'll show you returning.
I also want to make
Go
sure
to
that
stage
offline
FA area,
is
615, return to the station.
I want to see the picture. This is what they wear up there. Flying the spider jets. This is what they wear up there. Flying the spider jets. Okay.
We find a number of packages available, of which we find a number of packages
Big Dispatch
available,
Radio
and we reserve these
Big Dispatch Radio
and the first of these is this latest package, so let's just install this gives us the basis. Of course, we need to enter my password, of course, we need to enter my password, there we are, that's now installed, so there we are back. The next thing we install, we go back.
Applications are bare bones, the settings are very bare bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps, not sure if it's...
I need to put a grab handle in the code for the Wayland window written in Q. Anyways, microwave
settings are extremely...
Device at station 12.
Terminator off. Little SSIDs are detected on network.
Terminator off.
Lock off.
Log off.
Log on.
At the time, I didn't know how much this sucked. I do now.
Three moms sitting down at the same time. Let's document this historic moment.
Get the all-new iPhone 17 Pro on us when you trade in your old iPhone. Any condition. Plus, switch to AT&T and we'll pay off your phone balance up to $800 per line.
Three moms.
Hey girl, did you see that dancing video that I sent? It's hilarious. 1 second, it's still loading. Any minute. I may as well just act it out for you. It's fine, it's almost there. How much longer? It's almost done. Hello? Taryn? Come on, come on. Come on, girl, you gotta tell me something.
Hang on, please, dancing video. I want to be in on the joke.
Did it blow yet? Come on. Hello?
Thank you, please.
We're watching. And if we see it, yeah, please.
Okay, how good of a dancer are you?
There are Republicans and Democrats.
So they hit him with the 1-2, the ka ka ka, boo ba ba, da 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 da, that ka, ba da da, and that's all I got to give, cause that was it. Hey girl, did you see that dancing video that I sent? It's hilarious.
Negative. We're about to go to 10:30.
SpaceX is closer to rolling Booster 19 out for its first test. And speaking of Booster 19, on the last episode, I was delighted to report that the Loxpadder tank has moved out of the Star Factory around the Gigabay construction site towards Mount Baker. Today, I'm even more delighted to show you that Booster 19 has been lifted down, which can only mean one thing.
AT&T's been carrying America's calls since 1876. When you've been around that long, you can spot a hustle coming from a mile away. T-Mobile is the master of breaking promises. While T-Mobile stays caught up in untruths, AT&T keeps building what matters, America's most reliable network. Right, Graham? When you compare, there's no comparison. Plain talk, strong signal, nothing better.
Take you back to college physics class. Dr. John Shive, host of this next film, invented it at Bell Labs in the 1950s. It's called the Shive Wave Generator. Shive designed it as a teaching tool to help students understand wave motion concepts across disciplines, from the electrical to the physical to the spectral. The machine made its public debut in this film, and was released along with a companion book. It was part...
Hey, it's Texoid. If your cell service drops the second you step inside a building or drive through a cornfield, it might be time for a change. Today, we're breaking down two of the biggest names in US wireless, AT&T versus T-Mobile. Who's faster, who's cheaper, and who's just making noise with pink billboards and cowboy commercials. T-Mobile versus AT&T coverage map. T-Mobile's coverage map. You'll see city areas nearly blanketed in magenta. That's where their ultra-capacity 5G and 4G LTE shine. But notice the gaps in remote regions. Those are rural blind spots. Despite that, their 5G footprint reaches about half the country and serves most urban users. AT&T's map. Expect widespread light blue coverage across both cities and the countryside. They cover around 68% of the US in 4G LTE, just a couple percent behind Verizon. For 5G, AT&T uses low band for deep coverage and MM-Wave in over 50 major cities, reaching more than 295 million people. Speed and performance. T-Mobile takes the lead. Their 5G is blazing fast, up to 4 to 5x faster than AT&T in some areas. Perfect for streaming, gaming, or working from a cafe. AT&T? Reliable, but not winning any speed awards. You'll get your emails, maybe skip the 4K YouTube binge. Pricing and plans. Both start around $85 per month for Premium Unlimited. But T-Mobile packs in the goodies. Netflix, Apple TV Plus, in-flight Wi-Fi, international data. AT&T keeps it simple. Fewer perks, but more hotspot data and flexible family plans. International.
But Sergio is going to do a great job. He's going to do a great job. But we'll be talking about the war with them, and we'll be talking about. I mean, they want to go offensive. I'll make a determination on that, but they would like to go offensive.
AT&T Corporation, formerly known as American Telephone and Telegraph Company from 1899 to 1994, is an American corporation that provides long-distance telephone and other telecommunications services. It is a branch of the American Telephone and Telegraph Company, which built most of the United States long-distance and local telephone networks. It eventually became the world's largest corporation and a standard for the telecommunications industry. This body firm split their accord into 3 smaller companies in 1996, and one of them retained the AT&T name. However, this company didn't just become the world's largest company overnight. In this video, we would be looking at the AT&T company story to see how they achieved this feat. Before we continue, please subscribe to our YouTube channel by hitting the subscribe button below to get a notification on our next video. The company's origins go back to 1876, when Alexander Graham Bell invented the telephone and made the first wire transmission of understandable speech. He secured a patent for the device, and in 1877 he made up the Bell Telephone Company together with his 2 investors, Gardner C. Hubbard and Thomas Sanders. They eventually sold the company the next year to a group of investors. By this time, the Bell Company was already involved in a competition with the leading telegraph company, Western Union Company, for the development of telephone service. Western Union had earlier acquired its telephone devices and its patents. Bell's interests were represented by Theodore N. Vail, who was general manager from 1878 to 1887, and led the patent fight against Western Union. In 1879, Western Union, which already had a war of control between the Vanderbilt and Jay Gould, agreed to give up all its telephone patents, claims, and facilities if Bell's promised not to go into the telegraph business. After a series of organizations and retitling, the company became Bell Telephone Company between 1878 and 1900. In 1881, Bell acquired Western Electric, a leading maker of telegraphic equipment, making them the dominant manufacturer of telephone equipment. The Bell Telephone Laboratories was formed in 1883 as the company's mechanical department and was incorporated as a separate company in 1925. In 1885, Bell established the American Telephone and Telegraph Company, or AT&T, as its subsidiary responsible for building long-distance telephone lines. In 1899, AT&T was made the parent company of the Bell system. By 1894, the Bell Company's patent on the telephone expired, and it faced growing competition from independent phone companies and telephone manufacturers. Vail was accepted into the company as president in 1907. He later retired in 1919, but not without shaping AT&T into the organization that lasted until 1984. Vail had an objective to obtain a monopoly for AT&T over the American telecommunications industry. He fused the Bell associated companies into state and regional organizations, bought many former independent companies, and gained control over Western Union in 1910. In 1913, a commitment first voiced, but later confirmed by the Graham-Willis Act of 1921, AT&T, as a natural monopoly, agreed to provide long-distance service to all independent telephone companies. By 1939, AT&T was in control of 83% of all U.S. telephones and 98% of all long-distance telephone lines. They also manufactured 90% of all U.S. phone equipment. In 1949, the Justice Department sued AT&T under the Sherman Antitrust Act, seeking the dissolution of Western Electric from the Bell system, among other things. The suit ended in 1956 in a consent decree, leaving Western Electric in the system, though with restricted monopolistic practices. That didn't hinder AT&T's growth, and by the 1970s it had almost 1 million employees, making it the largest company in the world. They had total assets that exceeded those of General Motors, the Exxon Corporation, and the Mobil Corporation combined. In 1974, the United States revisited the case with a second antitrust suit for the dismemberment of the Bell system. After years of lawsuit, AT&T and the U.S. Department of Justice settled in 1982. The agreement was for AT&T to strip itself of 22 regional operating companies that would become distinct entities and operate local telephone networks. The 22 regional operating companies were stripped by January 1, 1984, and were reorganized and converted into 7 regional phone companies: NYNEX, Bell Atlantic, Ameritech, or American Information Technologies Incorporated, Bell South, Southwestern Bell Corporation, US West, and Pacific Telesis Group. AT&T surrendered the use of the name Bell to these companies, which became informally known as Baby Bells. Though they were out of the local network business, AT&T remained the nation's largest provider of long-distance telephone service. The company hadn't lost its Western Electric subsidiary, the manufacturers of telephones and other equipment, and Bell Telephone Laboratories, the research and development arm. Also, the company could now venture into previously forbidden fields like data processing and computer communications. The need to penetrate that market gave rise to the purchase in 1991 of NCR Corporation, a major manufacturer of computers, electronic cash registers, and other data processing systems. By 1994, AT&T also purchased Macaw Cellular Communications Incorporated, the nation's largest provider of cellular telephone service. Also in 1994, the company formally adopted its traditional name, AT&T, and became the AT&T Corporation. In 1996, AT&T divided its operations into 3 separate companies. This was done to compete more effectively in an American telecommunications industry that had just been deregulated by the federal government. The AT&T Corporation was the largest of the 3, and they continued to provide long-distance telecommunications services. A second company, Lucent Technologies Incorporated, made and marketed telephones, network switching equipment, computer chips, and other hardware, and also picked up most of the Bell Laboratories. The third company was the NCR Corporation. AT&T's self-imposed dismantling was the largest corporate breakup in history. AT&T provided the United States with the largest, most advanced, and most efficient telecommunications network of any nation in the world. They pioneered most of the major technical advances made in telephone service, switching systems, and signal transmission during the 20th century. AT&T first introduced the building of transoceanic radio telephone links and telephone cable systems, built early warning radar systems for the U.S. Department of Defense, and created the Telstar satellite communication system. And in 1948, Bell Labs, one of the world's foremost research centers, invented the transistor. It always seemed the AT&T company had always progressed well at gaining market share. In more recent years, the story gets ironic. After struggling for years, a former piece of the monopoly, SBC Communications Southwestern Bell acquired AT&T in 2005 for $16 billion. They assumed the more time-honored name, AT&T, and was once again on the map as one of the top dogs. The new AT&T made many more acquisitions through the past decade and a half, including Singular Wireless, Bell South, Cricket, and eventually DirecTV. Now with business segments in the traditional phone, wireless, and television, AT&T is a driving force within the modern era of media. In September 2013, AT&T announced its intention to expand into Latin America through a collaboration with Carlos Slim's America Mobile. However, on the 17th day of December 2013, AT&T announced plans to sell its Connecticut wireline operations to Stamford-based Frontier Communications. About 2,700 wireline employees in Connecticut would have to transfer with the business to Frontier, as well as 900,000 voice connections, 415,000 broadband connections, and 180,000 UVerse video subscribers. A year later, the acquisition of DirecTV proved beneficial for AT&T and enhanced the market shares of AT&T that raised the company purchase. The purchase allowed AT&T to install optic fibers and satellite links for the development of the reception and maintenance of the DirecTV. The idea was accepted by the FCC regulatory body for implementation in Latin America and the US. Now AT&T has expanded the telecommunications business locally into AT&T Wireless Services, AT&T Mobility, AT&T DirecTV, AT&T UVerse, etc. AT&T works on the three main fundamentals in telecommunication transmission, management, and switching. AT&T continues at a flexible pace to stay abreast of the current technological inventions to tweak the products and the customer services to appeal to the customers. They played a pivotal role in enhancing the transmission of communication. Also, its wireless, mobility, and InfoVision services are one of the largest selling and globally admired services. By 2013, over 2 million employees were making AT&T a total revenue of about $128.752 billion in the same fiscal year. On July 12, 2013, AT&T announced its possible acquisition of Leap Wireless, Cricket, for $1.2 billion. The deal stated AT&T will be acquiring all of Leap's towers, stores, and 5.3 million subscribers. The Federal Communications Commission approved the merger between AT&T and Leap Wireless on March 13, 2014. On October 20, 2016, it was reported that AT&T was looking to acquire Time Warner to increase its media holdings. On the 22nd, AT&T officially announced a deal to buy Time Warner for $108.7 billion. If the federal regulators approved the merger, it would bring AT&T's telecommunication holdings under the same category as HBO, Turner Broadcasting System, and the Warner Brothers Studio. February 15, 2017, saw the approval of the merger by Time Warner shareholders. On February 28, FCC Chairman Ajit Pai announced that his agency will not review the deal, leaving that to the U.S. Department of Justice. On March 15, 2017, the European Commission approved the merger. However, the United States Department of Justice informed AT&T and Time Warner on November 8, 2017, that they must sell either DirecTV or Turner Broadcasting System, the group of channels that includes CNN, if they want approval for their $84.5 billion merger. AT&T CEO Randall Stephenson stated that he didn't want to do that. On November 20, 2017, Assistant Attorney General Makan Delrahim filed a lawsuit under the Clayton Act of 1914 to block the acquisition. On March 13, 2018, AT&T filed a trademark for AT&T TV with the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, a possible sign that the telco company was ready to change the old names DirecTV and Uverse. On June 14, 2018, the acquisition of Time Warner was completed, and Time Warner was retitled Warner Media. In September 2018, AT&T then reorganized operations into 4 main units: communications, including consumer and business wireline telephony, AT&T Mobility, and consumer entertainment video services, Warner Media, including Turner Cable Television Networks, Warner Brothers Film and Television Production, and HBO, AT&T Latin America, consisting of wireless service in Mexico and video in Latin America and the Caribbean under the Vrio brand, and advertising and analytics, since renamed Xandr. On February 26, 2019, it was announced that the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals upholds the AT&T acquisition of Time Warner. On April 24, 2020, AT&T announced that effective July 1, 2020, company CEO John Stankey will replace Randall Stephenson as CEO of AT&T. AT&T has continued to wax stronger, and if you consider the revenue aspect and market value, it won't be unworthy to list AT&T among the largest telecommunication providers of the era. What do you think about the AT&T company story? What do you think of their many acquisitions? Thanks for watching this video. Please share your opinions in the comments section below, and remember to click the subscribe button to be the first person to watch new videos on this channel.
I love what they do. I wouldn't be surprised. Some areas like 80%. Except for my location.
Agenda with the exception of items 17, 23, 27, and 28.
There's a motion and a second.
Right, but he's pulling it.
Linux voice controls stopped. Placement scan complete.
Caution.
Trim complete. Processed
Am
147,
I on the right
quarantine
location to
0.
pick up? Medic 13, Medic 91, engine 13, Medic 13, Medic 90. 2606 Thomas Street, Nissan 1306. We're
Renaming complete. 153 files renamed.
Beeline. What is the right spot to wait for 1647 South Alameda?
New files sorted. 153 placed in worded folders. Quarantine 0 empty folders. LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups. Linux voice control restarted.
Mendoza. Work off the fire dispatch at 1042.
independent individual of European
Chief, shall we clear one possible for relocation?
To economic excellence, to accountability, to meaningful engagement.
Location at certain dash you'll have a newer base.
That's it. Here's what NVIDIA will just
open check. Crossing the street, crossing Staples, there's a subject that fell over and was moving forward on the sidewalk.
investigation going on, and there's a lot of police activity.
wanted to let know that. And I also just wanted because you can't let people break the law. I would not advocate it. So if it's not something that's like initially voted this down, here we are. I call this a security project.
Type of assistance.
Rachel Carvalho, I'm not a politician, and I'm not forced to play the word salad game that's being played now.
$125.1060.
Also, and also it is open with install Windows application. And the first time you do this, you'll get a message asking you to install Windows App Support, which for me didn't work. So I actually went back to the software store and did a manual install of Windows App Support, and therefore now hoping when I click here, it will install Adobe Audition. Do we want to run that?
And we do not have anything in place. We need to fix that because we're putting the city in liability. It's a lot of, I don't know.
We do have safety measures in place, and we have many.
Hey, let's just go ahead and wrap it up right now. Try to come to a stopping point. That way we can come in.
Danny. Chris is on his way up.
Warning that way. Running out of station 72. Bravo 421.
Catamaran, you just go from the stop. You go to the next stop on the.
And then we'll just type it in and explain it. We'll put in back again to the home directory and pictures, if I can spell it, and also
Minnesota
and what that's going to do,
under investigation, sources say, for allegedly obstructing law enforcement activities in the state. Fry telling ABC News that he and Walsh have done nothing wrong, but suspects they are being targeted for speaking out against the administration and calling for ICE to leave the city.
There are other countries where you get put away for the things that you say. There are other countries where you get investigated for saying something
I think it was
that
the
runs
worst
counter
weaponization
to what the federal
of a
government
political
states.
opponent in
But
the
in this
history of the
country,
world, let
it's
alone
not
this
that.
country. And I hope that everybody's, they're involved in it. I'm not. I'm the one that had to suffer through it and ultimately win. But
Linux
what they
voice
did
control
was criminal.
stopped.
Deranged Jack Smith, in my opinion, is a criminal. And I noticed his interviewer was, I think that was Weissman. And I hope they're going to look into Weissman too. Weissman said.
Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Processed 21, quarantined 0. Renaming complete. 24 files renamed. New files sorted. 24 placed in worded folders. Quarantined 0 empty folders. LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups. Linux voice control restarted.
617, 1070, all clear.
Warming. Our warming centers will be open during that, but that's where we're trying to look at all the different factors. If we just go by just this one number and we're activating, if it hits it for 1 hour, 30 minutes, are we opening it up for 24 hours or what have you? So we try to take the different factors that are in there. We talk to the team, everyone from the city managers involved, to almost every one of those agencies to try to make the best choice, and then we get that information.
Yeah, because people were trying to break in when she was gone. I just didn't unscrew it yet. Yeah, I don't want to get charged for kidnapping and stuff.
I reckon the director's good work.
No, I explained a lot to him. He's got it on his body cam, I got it on mine.
Currently, we're targeting the February 17th council meeting for that. And then there's a lot of work that's being done with Corpus Christi desal partners. Again, that includes Acciona and Mastec. And then we've got Ardura, the local engineering firm, on board as well. Together, that team is reviewing the existing work product that has been developed. All of that work product has been furnished to them for review as part of the memorandum of
625 Tarleton, 2625 Tarleton, region 1025. Work off of EMS 1 at 1058, EMS 1.
Linux voice control stopped.
Has the latest.
Tonight, hours after that stunning raid capturing Venezuela's authoritarian leader Nicolas Maduro, there are growing questions about President Trump's declaration that the U.S. will now run the country.
We're going to be running it with a group, and we're going to make sure it's run properly.
But offering few details. And when pressed who will make up that group,
the people that are standing right behind me, we're going to be running it.
Saying Secretary of State Marco Rubio had spoken to Maduro's vice president, who he says was
get it done. This is 3 years, and I think we'll get it done. I think that President Putin, I think he wants to get it done. We'll see. There's a great animosity between him and Zelensky. You probably have noticed, and it's. I think it's hurting the process.
Curious, why don't you authorize and is there more information to share about this right?
Well, I can't.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it.
Same target. Same target.
Surface sign 00. Doctor 0.1 received.
Linux voice control stopped.
Disconnect the network adapter.
I'm getting them right now.
Now, when we've done that, we'll get to this message because our virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements for Windows 11.
26.04 that will release early next year. You'll have a newer base.
And then God, the universe, nature, whatever you want to call it.
Placement scan complete.
T7.8 received.
Trim complete. Processed 21, quarantine 0. Renaming complete. 24 files renamed.
$34.35.8.
New files sorted. 24 placed in wooded folders. Quarantine 0 empty folders. LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups.
Thank you for a phone call. That is four voices.
Linux voice control restarted.
Next, go ahead.
People here on Hope Street and by Waterman Street are
is in aerial. If we go up to the front there, you'll see the font has been substituted because it's not available. And similarly, this is Verdana, and this is a Comic Sans, and these aren't installed by default in Linux. But we can fix that, because if we close this down, I can go to some code. And to do that, I'm going to go down here to virtual box, and I'm going to disconnect the network adapter. We'll get to this message because the virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements for we can fix this by going backwards.
Alrighty.
Received.
For that low power now, you're good.
Shaking your head, you know. And then, of course, they've been involved with LNRA from the beginning, and they are very knowledgeable of that pump station itself. Whereas the work that's done at Bloomington and Woodsboro was completed by HDR.
I'm well aware that Freezing expertise is in
Although, of course, if you want to install stuff from the repos, you will end up having access to very old versions of libraries, of development tools and stuff like that. So use Flatpak, use app images, but don't install stuff from the repos. It's super old. Fortunately, with Pop West.
That's right. You know what my command is? Get those people out safely.
That's my command! Well, you don't know this man, Lieutenant!
3435A.
He's manipulating this whole situation.
Be spelling CRISTOVAL, middle name Anthony, last name Garza, 12-14-98.
It was a pretty dramatic event, but it wasn't what I call traumatizing. I was already psychologically formed. In those words lies the paradox of Nicholas' childhood. Star and strength, fracture and complaint. This is a really
late. Subway was calling the cops. Streets too.
Relax. Cops are just out for the holidays. Nothing to worry about. Just look at all these people. No idea how to things really change. I drove all the power. Yeah.
10-4, I did have another call come in on Sharon. Do you want to take a look at it and see if it's a duplicate?
661, Tommy. How many quarter one? 10-8.
Well, 23, I got it visual. I want to save lives. I've had 8 wars. The Prime Minister of Pakistan got up the other day, said so beautifully, says, you saved millions of lives. He told that to a group of people right in this office. He said the president saved millions of lives. And I think what he's referring to is the fact that that would have been with India nuclear war. That was getting very close. You know, 7 planes, they don't talk about it, but 7 aircraft were shot down. In fact, we have the new ambassador to India right here. They're well represented.
Route 21, 4 down, 3 around, also 1070, at Triple G answering, all clear.
White as a ghost because he ended up running through his coke packs and then went and jumped on his expanded ass parking meter probe.
You know, if you're not sitting at the table, you know, hello, you know what happens.
And that was
so, again, I just want to say this is just running up the toilet.
Outside this area from here.
1162 Ames Chase Drive.
That concludes your report.
That concludes my report. The same thing in the front of the building.
As we begin today's meeting, I want to take a moment to address that this council chambers is a place for public business, a forum for civic discussion, decision-making, and service to the people of Corpus Christi. It is not a stage for personal attacks, disruptions,
on Cosmic and Pop OS. I love what they've done. It is a fantastic first draft of a desktop.
Road is clear. Thanks. Church, 1215. 23.
They want to.
Well, you could be shot at calling me with 23.
Okay,
12. I apologize. Draft 12.
Chief Travis. Special Agents Gray, this is Moran. We're the FBI negotiators. It's a...
Easy enough. There's ultrasonic beaconing, which is high-frequency tones that you can't hear, but your phone's microphones definitely can. If an app with mic permissions detects it, the system logs that you were in the room for a specific...
that often cover the basics.
Ads are already
44% of jobs in America are low-wage jobs, and 60% of Americans are already living paycheck to paycheck. So the idea that Snap is the one thing keeping people from working is a silly idea in and of itself.
Medic 7, Agent 1, Medic 7 for a phone call, 1105 14th Street, 1105 14th Street, emergency 73308, we're off of EMS 1 at 1128, EMS 1. I do want to show you clear engine channel safe. Over engine 5 for trauma. This is 36. Here's my
Yeah, let me try to find a middle patient. We can scale.
Therefore.
7-1, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Can we contact with you in 926, sir? 926. He's about 29. Current is able to be 60. He has a passenger fall while boarding the bus.
Part 5 times 1, clear the Sylvia
Passenger is able to station. Okay.
The council will decide if we want to do public safety facilities.
Placement scan complete.
Modeler, which we know is 50 to 100,000, which the council asked for. We're doing what you asked for, and then the last consultant is one to help have meaningful meetings, a facilitator. We want this to be good.
Okay. Placement, renaming and preparation complete.
You mentioned that you had a slide on the streets during the presentation about how much funding is available for it, but you also included...
We don't know that. There was also video taken inside the building where he opened fire, and I asked police and the mayor about that today.
Good morning. Can you copy for call? Cancel.
What 10-4.
105, 10-8. 105, 10-4. 642, I'm 23. 642, 10-4.
Thank you.
Acknowledged. OK.
Northwest, I'm there. Received.
There are some performance problems when opening the closing app. I'm not sure if it's...
Location at 13
Started transmitting your record. So we crossing the street, crossing Staples, there's a subject that fell over.
.642, I have a second 28 for the truck.
642, go ahead.
Speed, Texas, 1 Lincoln 6, 4508, 1 Lincoln 6, 4508, Texas.
Coalition forces did not take Syrian warnings about the possibility of a breach by the organisation seriously. Since the group was defeated, around 46,000 people remain in prisons. NBC's Richard Engel visited a detention centre earlier this year.
It is full of ISIS fighters.
Unable to send most of them home, officials this year began releasing thousands of lower-level detainees.
Chris Simmons, join. Are we going to reduce her?
Breaking.
.642.
The fire was contained prior to our arrival. No assistance is needed from fire or law.
Some incidents or horrific incidents like this occur, we step up and we ended up with the result of detaining someone of interest. And again, at a later date when we update, we'll be able to provide you with the rest of the details how we came about to stop that. Again, there's all evidence that we collect, including video, including all the items that we have, and again, tips. But I also like to commend the individuals and the citizens of this state. They come forward and provide, and law enforcement officers
He's advising that the female is declining medical attention. I'll show you clear and returning.
In 1965, a few scientists at Bell Labs joined with Sherif from MIT and General Electric on a project called Multiplexed Information and Computing Service.
After it, the idea was that, and again, in the mental health community, they tell you need to pay attention to negative self-talk. You need to catch it. You have to react it positive. That's what you have to do. That's also true in IT, and it's really hard because
Meditate. Advising.
They set into it. Yeah. I can use that one. I said to them, what password?
Airport 6D David Lampard.
Installed. So you go back. When next they install VirtualBox Guest Edition. The performance of our virtual machine, not least by permitting it to run full screen and allowing
Placement scan complete.
Hey,
Rock 26, 1044.
I just asked for medic 91. Some ever come here?
648.
648.
I'll be out at Radiology Associates.
48. Come for. Medic 91.
And then make them as it should be. Some stuff in them as oranges. There are
want it back, you get it out again, and you don't have to think about
So click the claim book button right now and get your free copy of this book. And we print must-have merch like tote bags, t-shirts, and water bottles. Whether you want a few or a few thousand, we put on everything so that customers can go from noticing your brand to falling in love with it. Right now, new customers can get 20% off with code NEW20. Because if you need it, we print it at Vistaprint.com. You probably know Vistaprint for business cards, but did you know we print everything you need to get your brand in front of fans?
Yeah, we'll be sending them that. I need a six-wing link-up. Chicago, Detroit. What?
Excuse me, gentlemen, you officers and gentlemen, listen here now. There's things we need to do for her. I know that y'all brought her this far and that her folks would thank you if they could for your kindness and your sensitivity.
Did you copy? 1150.
I want to show you. This video shows a 10-year-old boy in Louisiana jumping from a moving car that was stolen while he was in the back seat. The boy's mother told our New Orleans affiliate WDSU the carjacking happened while she was inside a store and that she heard her son screaming. Police say the boy was not injured and the suspect, you see him here, has been arrested. In California, another frightening car incident. Video captured this car, you see it here, speeding down a busy tarmac at John Wayne Airport, zooming past multiple planes.
Right.
Five.
Seven to a male subject, showing clear.
So we have a creative terms, we just kind of do it. So several constant
Do you think that there could actually be an 11th-hour deal here? Realistic? Do you think that there could actually be an 11th-hour deal here?
You could understand why it would happen, Chris.
All units stand by for EMS page. All units stand by for an EMS page.
But all I had to do was type 1 hour ago if I know that the issue had...
Attention EMS, I need your route to 701 Coastline Drive, 701 Coastline Drive, in reference to a male subject that passed out, fell in a ditch. Coworker advised barely breathing and possibly turning blue, unknown cause. Attention EMS, need your route to 701 Coastline Drive, in reference to a male subject passed out. Coworker advised barely breathing, possibly turned blue, will be in a ditch, said to be approximately in his mid-20s. EMS copy. Cover, enter 5 and 10, engine 5, and 10 for a narcotic patient, 914 Retama, at 914 Retama Avenue, ESE 4003, crossing on Mueller and 37 Access Road.
This is the part that will feel like a movie, but it is real. If you follow this path, the path of the ghost, the outlier, the Machiavellian, something strange will happen. You will start to win. The numbers will go up. The money will hit the account. The physique will change. The confidence will radiate off you like heat. And then they will come back. The friends who were too busy to grab coffee. The family members who asked, when are you getting a real job? The ex-partner.
749 Sharon. The RP is going to be a David Levy.
You guys have reported a two-vehicle crash. Minor, no injuries reported at this time. It's going to be 737 bypass, the exit ramp near Oak Lane on the southbound side. It's going to be a 2004 Mercury and a
Really?
Since she's going back over there, just go ahead and send me 35 over here, and you can keep 34 when she gets there. Yeah, 10-4, 10-4.
Coming back on 934?
Yeah, right over there.
Yeah, because they're going to close the street. But yeah, if you need yeah, keep me informed. 935 is coming up now.
Yeah.
Coming this way?
Released on the 17th of August and is a Linux distro which is designed to be an effective alternative to Microsoft Windows. So let's go and take a closer look. Right, here we are on the website for Zorin OS, where if we click on download, we find several editions of Zorin OS. And the first of these is Zorin OS 16 Pro.
Finally, it is worth noting that all of the extra applications can be installed for free. Installed on
the callers are touching the vehicle from a fitness park.
Given that the Brown University and MIT shooter endured the U.S. diversity visa and Secretarian has been
and get it on time. Thank you, sir.
Seven zero, 7-3.
Quick.
Start the engagement process, so that'll include meetings, circulating information like the scoping document, etc. And then we'll have the facilitator also on board in January.
We need to launch the driver manager to install the right drivers for the NVIDIA graphics.
The next step after we have those individuals on board is to select a modeler. So the plan is to actually recommend a number.
Shows transporting code 1. On the traffic side.
Open calculation.
I think it's Office XP.
What
it's going to do is in its virtual drive is to boot from the ISO file as if it was a live USB media. So we'll let it do that. I think it's Office X.
William is on scene.
Industry does nothing. That's not true. They're stepping up and they're doing something. So I think we should take the time, Mayor, to explain it to the public.
Oh, we are.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Nick has a presentation that we can show, and I believe he handed it out to the council here as well.
Go ahead.
Let's go through the presentation, Nick.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Nick Winkleman, Interim Chief Operating Officer, Corpus Christi Water.
Again, this is an agreement between the City of Corpus Christi and Valero. It is an agreement.
9301A to dispatch. Thank you, private freeze on unit 3060.
We don't know where he's at, and I know where I'm at. That's American.
Sergeant Max 6, you're 14 Max 6 from Apple Alarm 551, 1403, and apartment 101. We're off of EMS. $31.62. I'm out. 100.
Location, what's your 10-20?
630 coming. 603 clear, enter 14, advise it's medical.
Open calculus.
All new form factors like X-Reels, Project.
We don't know. That's the police officer's work. And there are several people, police officers with guns drawn around us now. So this is going to be a long night, guys. It's pretty serious.
Dan Janik on the scene for us this evening, and we've also talked about tonight, 7 hours after the shooting, there's still not a clear image of the gunman's face.
Yeah, we do know that there is video from inside that engineering building, but so far we've only seen some students, according to the police, and they have not yet identified that suspect.
Letting off take some of the immersive headset experiences with you on the go. Like
At least.
Or finance, you have to work together to win.
That's just been really amazing to see everybody working together in the real world, and motivates me to be a better collaborative person, and really important the fact that it's a huge team effort.
Medic 1 for a sick call at the MHIDs, 1546 South Brownlee, 1546 South Brownlee. Squad 5 from Fire Dispatch, PD en route. Closest unit is going to be at Agnes and 286.
Oh, you want them all here, or the gym, the big gym is all here. Where do you want them, chief? Back over the 6th here.
Return call 3326 Casablanca, 3326 Casablanca, 37010. Work off of Fire Dispatch at 1203.
Proton VPN.
Hello.
You all know what a VPN does and why you should probably have one.
Alright, last but not least, we have the water, shore, and beach.
Taking 20,000 pounds of shit in the scrapyard because like they've never have a fucking valid fucking business around her in code enforcement, mind control code enforcement.
Ninja 14 from Fire Desk. It's time to call back to the alarm company. They only have the subscriber information that they have on file. They don't have any additional information.
You're putting people in the situation where not everybody's there with their dog, and somebody has their dog there. You're putting them in close proximity to that dog. Okay, so you have that situation. You're creating that. We're creating that situation. So I'm not saying that we need to do it, but just have somebody from Animal Care Services there.
Well, Animal Care Services is part of that. And
I see them on the list.
They're
I don't know what they're responsible for.
Well, we didn't list out everything that everybody's responsible for, but we want to let you know.
60 David Mansard. 60 David Mansard.
626, 10-4. 624, 7 624, 10.
Currently, we're targeting the February 17th council meeting for that. And then there's a lot of work that's being done with Corpus Christi D-Cell partners. Again, that includes Acciona and Masstack. And then we've got Ardura, the local engineering firm, on board as well. Together, that team is reviewing the existing work product that has been developed. All of that work product has been furnished to them for review as part of the memorandum of...
You go to the world, you hear Afghanistan and you hear all these should be able to run that on services worse than anything they can even imagine. So to conclude, on cosmetic
CSE 1006, currently on the sidewalk, security working off where impact,
different purposes, this further dilutes the message patterns associated with it. While the data transmitted with both setups is essentially the same, the hotspot can reduce the ease of directly profiling your individual behavior. A third reason why siloing the SIM in a separate device can be useful is to reduce location tracking. Now, a SIM in your hotspot is still going to report your location to cell towers. So what I do is, when I need a connection, I turn on the hotspot briefly, and I connect it to
absolutely share this. There are important and impactful updates we will have again, I'm joined by Governor Dan McKee, and the state's partnership and cooperation and assistance through this process has been invaluable, and I want to thank the Governor for that.
For 43, it's going to be verbal only. Also, both parties
We've got basic sound and video tools, something to play videos, something to play music, something to control a webcam, etc. up there. And then we've also got various system tools, as you would expect, and finally various utilities. And
at the time, I didn't know how much they sucked. I do now.
They suck bigly.
Yeah.
And I can use that word.
And I said to them,
Shelby's. What do you think? The Shelby's or the... You're a salesman. You're a salesman.
34, 35A, 4 down, 3 around.
2 Fortuna, 202 Fortuna, room 306A at the Senior Care Center. We're using 1022, work off of EMS 1 at 1221.
Urgent expedite. Please speak the description of the music to generate.
Clear, make able advice.
$17, $12. Card $17, $20. Normal cards. No $17.
Place your bets. 50 pounds. $20.
D2 level 662 want to be in lead.
Go ahead, Unit 4.
7-9, dispatch for a radio check.
Clear. 2320.
Music generated and saved.
Troubled financial mess for many, many years to come. I don't even know if survivable is a good term.
The park control?
Just click
648.
I love what they do. It is a fantastic first draft of the system. It is still a first draft. The applications of their own settings are very variable.
Can you complete pick up on Mr. Box? That is 3.
Yes, he shows clear with 1 sound refusal.
Using commercial aircraft, putting fentanyl pills and powder in suitcases, flying them from the southwest border, mostly Arizona, all the way to Washington. It had been going on for an extremely long time, and the entire organization was arrested. And I say those two examples because it's
started. I want to get your take in talking to the White House official.
At the time, I didn't know how
rule out that there could be an 11th hour deal. Is that person being realistic? Do you think that there could actually be an 11th hour deal here?
You can understand why it would happen.
Now, from that, we'll get to this message because our virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements.
Be able to run that on any
RTLFTR spectrum sweep initiated. Analyzing full RF range for threats.
I need to create an account. This is a local account. We're not going online here. This is simply a local account on the computer.
Try the Shelby.
System.
And there are some performance applications of building adding or short variables, and you can clearly see that some stuff.
Please speak the description of the music you would like to generate.
Copy that. I noticed that you were still listed at Station 9. I went in and corrected. You're at Station 12 now.
Well, Southern Radio check, connect me on.
Christmas is back. If it's good enough for our fighter pilots, good enough for Robert Redford, for John Hamm and Mad Men, how about under the Christmas tree? Tonight, we salute our fighter pilots and the workers making these frames.
With marijuana on the inside and security vehicle.
From ABC News World Headquarters in New York, this is World News Tonight with David Muir.
Good evening. We do begin tonight.
Those are projects that will be coming to you in policy form for the next 3 months. And also in that is the far field model. We don't have a slide for it, but in that layout, okay, here it is, we do have one. So the far field model also is important. We have 2 committees that were formed through the Christmas break with the council's help. A total of 18 individuals on each of the committees. The first one is on the far field model. Project.
Now, when we've done that, we get to this message because the virtual machine doesn't use the requirements for Windows. So I can put this backwards, and then tell this to Windows time by pressing put the host key currently set.
That's why I got confused. Okay, and then 9:15, I got that one going. I had it. Back at Park House. Call 1636 18th Street, 1636 18th Street, commercial 3307. Also, at 1241. Will be a second patient at location. Medic one is arriving for the first. I'm getting into 634. I'll be 10. No report. 34 10-4. $140 acres. There are 2 patients at the location you're going to. I have you listed for the 63-year-old female, and Medic 9 is coming for the 80-year-old female. 2 separate patients.
3 Charles Julian, I'll be back, Penny.
3 Charles 208 10-4.
Here I am in a video game, painting, on the court, and in the 10th grade? Wait, how did you guys get that last one? Okay, anyway, a beautiful design,
Acknowledged, okay.
the most helpful AI, and of course, some personality. That's Android. It's where you see the future first, whether it's on your phone, your wrist, in your car, or on your TV. In fact, as Gemini and Android come together, we're working towards a future where you're
'Alert! Bias knob attack detected.
I just have to
'Alert! Bias knob attack detected.
That.
Got company?
Yeah.
Emma.
Hold on a sec. Can I get a drink? Yeah.
The settings are excluding fans in town. All
and tonight, members of Rhode Island's congressional delegation are also offering their condolences and support to the victims in this tragedy. Representative Dave Amo saying in a statement in part, quote, "The loss of 2 lives is an unimaginable tragedy for their families," adding, "The scourge of mass shootings is a horrific stain on our nation. We must seek policies to ensure that these tragedies do not..."
.634 game room check.
642. County Road 4641, 4211, County Road 4641. Mr. Fowler advising a female that used to live there came in the residence and took his mentally handicapped daughter.
I didn't understand anything.
Mr. Fowler said he can't walk. He doesn't know if they left by vehicle or where they may be going, and he said for you to come on in because he can't get up.
Now, when we've done that, we'll get to this message because our virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements for Windows 11. But we can fix this by going.
Please speak the description of the music you want to create.
404, go ahead.
Taking forth to game guard.
Show me back to my original call.
893 and 1074 for those 282 Lincolns.
Our small businesses in Corpus. We help everybody else, the big corporations and refineries and stuff, but we don't help our small businesses. And I want to see Corpus Christi doing more for our small businesses than doing stuff for others that already have a lot of money. Thank you.
Councilman Barrera.
Thank you, Mayor. Peter, maybe you know, when we pull this around, we pulled in Ryan to see what the total goal was, whether it was
several counter-narcotics officers who were eager to show me that the country is fighting against drugs. And they listed off all of the statistics of how much cocaine they've seized, how many cocaine laboratories they destroy. And they have been destroying a record number of laboratories, but the amount of cocaine production has still been going up. Gustavo Petro first really came in President Trump's crosshairs when he started to actively oppose
a copy of Windows 7 running. This is a test copy of Windows 7, and here I've installed I think it's Office XP.
With 4930 Walton Drive call. I have the end results whenever you're ready.
Narrow window of years, I think 3 or 4 years. And so information pursuant to legal process wasn't collected for 10 years or 15 years or 20 years. It also, subpoenas were not sent out to hundreds of witnesses and hundreds of victims. None of that was done.
Please speak the description of the music you would like to create.
So the totality of information from the jump instead of being mismatched like this. That, in my opinion, is not how you want to do
At this time, we're going to do item number 31. So item number 31 is a resolution authorizing an interlocal agreement with cities of Alice, Beeville, and Manta regarding
Negative flight in progress.
water and wastewater services.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of quick comments, and as you stated earlier, we have representatives Alice
and the call will be Kathy Evans, try again. Four. $3435 train delay at Avenue A and Upshaw.
On this computer is not we need to install the manager to install the right drivers for the NVIDIA car.
And I'm not seeing anymore.
Send the information from the wirelessly to this place, so it looks something like this. The radar and the ESP actually move. Once the target is detected, send that ESP now, and this continues indefinitely, so sweeping left and right, plus and minus degrees. So this works, but it actually presents some challenges. But anyway, I'll talk about those in a moment. Let's crack on. Let me
Your music is ready and saved. Linux voice control stopped. Placement scan complete.